So now we're going to go into the cryptography domain, and this is one of the domains that most people have the hardest time with because cryptography just works in the background and a lot of us don't have to worry about it, we don't have to configure it, we don't have to know how the algorithms work. So that's why it's more difficult for most people because they don't have direct interaction and direct knowledge about cryptography. But you're going to take the CISSP exam and you're going to need to know a lot about cryptography. But also in the industry, you need to know about cryptography because that's what we use to protect a lot of our sensitive information. And when we go through, I'll talk about some instances where a lot of people make mistakes because they don't know what they should know about cryptography. So we'll go through some historical uses of cryptography. We'll talk about the foundational pieces of cryptography, and what's really important is in this domain is you have to get the foundational pieces before you move up, because I'm going to teach you the foundation of cryptography and then we'll get a little deeper into the actual algorithms and the protocols that are used. But if you don't get the basics, you're going to get lost up here. So make sure that if you don't understand something I'm going over, that you go back over it and make sure you get it before you move on. So we'll talk about symmetric and asymmetric algorithms, PKI, different email clients, protocols that use cryptography, and some type of attacks that actually take place. So we can't start any domain without definitions, and of course cryptography we have definitions because we need to understand the different terms and how they're used. So the services that different types of algorithms are going to provide is confidentiality, which is trying to keep secret, integrity, making sure that there's no unauthorized modification, authentication, meaning that we know who actually sent us data, and then there's non-repudiation, which not all people are as familiar with. Non-repudiation means that the sender cannot deny sending a message. So if I send you a message, there's a certain type of cryptography that says it came from me and I can't deny that I actually sent it to you. But there's specific types of algorithms for that. So we're going to cover algorithms that provide confidentiality, which are totally different than ones that provide integrity and ones that go through and provide authentication and non-repudiation. And then we'll talk about what an algorithm actually is. Cryptography is the study of cryptography and cryptanalysis. And key clustering is kind of an odd thing that you may get thrown in. You may see that on the exam, but it's when two keys generate the same ciphertext from the same plain text. Plain text is the readable message. So if you think about it, if you have two instances of the same message and you encrypt this message with key 1 and this message with key 2, you should come up with different ciphertexts. Ciphertext is the encrypted format. So again, if you have two instances of the same message, you encrypt this one with key 1 and this one with key 2, you should come up with different results because you're using different keys. When you come up with the same results, you come up with the same ciphertext, it's referred to as key clustering. And that means there's a fault within the algorithm. It's something that people who study algorithms to improve them will be looking for. So you'll hear me say cipher a lot, and really cipher is another word for an algorithm. It's just something that takes readable text, put it into something that's unreadable. So algorithm and cipher could be used interchangeably. Now, cryptoanalysis is attacking a cryptosystem usually it's to try to uncover the keys that are used for encrypting data. Cryptoanalysis is the study of how to break cryptosystems. And cryptoanalysis can happen through white hats or black hats. So if it's a black hat, that means they're the bad guys. They're trying to break an algorithm so that they can get a key that they're not supposed to have, so they can get access to sensitive data that they're not supposed to have. So what they do is they look for the actual flaws to exploit or take advantage of to be able to uncover the key. Now, the white hat does the exact same things, goes through the algorithm, goes through the logic, tests it to try to find the flaws so it could be fixed so the bad guy can't break the crypto system. So cryptanalysis, there's a lot of different parts. We'll talk about some of the exercises that people usually go through to carry it out, but it's just the study of trying to break a crypto system, and usually the goal is to uncover the key that's been used. So I was specifically saying crypto systems. With cryptanalysis, the goal is to usually break a crypto system, or it could be to break an algorithm. And there's a difference. A lot of people don't really understand the difference between a crypto system and an algorithm. When you have an application or a protocol that carries out some type of encryption and decryption, you don't just have an algorithm. That's not the whole thing. You have to have keying material, which we'll talk about. You have to have the right software. You have to have protocols. There's all of these components that are used with the algorithm, and then it's considered a crypto system. So the algorithm itself is just a component of a whole crypto system. So for example, PGP, which is an email client that allows you to encrypt email messages, that's an example of a crypto system because it has all the software, all the keys, the keying material, the algorithm, everything. Now, another definition that we need to understand is called work factor. And work factor is the amount of resources and time that you would have to put into breaking a crypto system or an algorithm. Because in reality, anything can be broken. If you have enough resources and enough time, anything can be broken. But the goal of building strong algorithms is that the work factor is so high that the bad guy can't accomplish it. So let's say we have an algorithm that would require 200 processors or 2 million processors, or just an amazing amount of resources. And if they had all of those resources, it would take them 4,000 years. Well, if they had 4,000 years and all of this resource, there's a potential that they could break it. So the goal is to make that work factor so high that somebody would have to go through to actually break it. And the person that's going to, the receiver, has to have the same size of stick or rod, so they put the paper around it so all of the letters match up and they can actually read the message. So the SkyTel just means you have some type of a stick or a rod, and you're wrapping paper around it, and a messenger takes it to the destination. And there's actually been, a lot of very interesting uses of cryptography throughout history, because we always seem to have secrets to protect. And let's see, there's one type where they found out that an actual egg, a hard-boiled egg, there's a chemical that you could write on the egg that wouldn't show on the shell, but it would show on the egg within itself. So somebody could take the egg or eggs down to the receiver, and the receiver would take the shell off and actually see a message on the egg. A big, very common way of getting messages across, and it usually had to do with military action. There's some type of war going on, and there's military units at different places, and they need to communicate to each other. A common way was to shave a messenger's head, write the message on their head, wait for the hair to grow back, and then send the messenger. So hopefully, it wasn't a really important message that had to get there quick. There's also one example where the messenger would actually there'd be a message on a piece of paper, and they would wrap that paper in wax paper, and then the messenger would actually swallow it, get to the destination, and do a deposit there. So there's been an amazing amount of creativity in the way that people have tried to keep their secrets secret. So we'll look now at what's called substitution ciphers and some examples that have been used in history of these types of cryptography components. So the Atbash, this was created in the Middle East, and basically the algorithm is to take an alphabet, so like our alphabet, English would be A through Z. And then then you have a second instance of that alphabet, but it's reversed. So A would match to Z, B would match to Y, C would match to X. And if I needed to encrypt something to you, encrypt a message to you, let's say it started with a B. Well, B matches to Y, so I'll put a Y. The next letter is E. E matches to V, so I'll put a V. So my plain text, I'll go through each letter and go through the algorithm, which is just the alphabet that's reversed, and I'll do all the mapping, and what I come up with is a ciphertext. Now it's symmetric in nature in that you have to know how to use this algorithm. You'll do the reverse. So that's an example of a simple example of a substitution cipher that was used a long time ago in the Middle East. Now the Caesar Cipher is a little bit similar. It's a simple substitute cipher also, and it only uses one alphabet. So if we look at an example of how we use a Caesar Cipher, the key is actually shift three spaces within the alphabet. So if I need to encrypt an A, I would look at the alphabet and go 1, 2, 3, and the third value would be my ciphertext. So we have an example here. Let's say we have the plain text here. We need to encrypt. So the first letter is L. So we go and look at within our algorithm. Our algorithm is the alphabet, and then we're going to shift 3. So L actually matches to O because that's 3 spaces above or beyond the L. So that will be the first letter of our ciphertext. We write that down. The next one, let's say we need to encrypt a Y. Well, we go 3 spaces from Y, which will be B, because we're going to repeat if the actual alphabet is needed. So where Y is our plain text, we'll go up 3 spaces, and that's a B. So that's the encryption process. So when I do that for my whole message, then that ciphertext I'll give to a messenger, and they'll take it down to you. And this is symmetric in that you have to know what the key is, which is shift 3. So you'll basically do what I did, but just go backwards 3, and you'll do it for each letter and then uncover what my message is. Now another substitution cipher that wasn't really used for important military activity, but you can see it's ROT13, and what that means is you just shift 13 spaces. And where the Caesar Cipher is, you shift 3. This you shift 13. So it's really the same type of concept. If you have one letter, you shift 13 within 13 spaces within the alphabet, and you write that down. That's your first ciphertext. This was developed when really the internet first started, and we just had boards that people would communicate to, and they used this type of cipher if they were going to have dirty jokes or have some type of information that not everybody may want to read. So you may want to participate in the internet at that time, and you may see everything that's going back and forth, but if it's like off color or something, they didn't want to offend people. Only the people who wanted this type of message, and they would know to shift back 13. So it wasn't something that was real secretive. It was just used so that people who didn't want to bother with the jokes or the stuff that was inappropriate, they just didn't have to go through the process of reversing it. So cryptography has had such a long, interesting history, and there's some actually very good books on the history of cryptography, which you would think, oh, that sounds like the most horrible thing to read, boring and dry. But it's really not, because some of the books out there, they're not talking about all the mathematics or going into the dry portions of how cryptography works, but what effects it has actually had on the world in different events. So it's had such an interesting effect when people actually find out some type of a secret, during war, or I think it was the Queen of Elizabeth. She gets people, because with the Enigma machine, there was somebody in the military, the German military, and I guess he wasn't a good soldier. There was something wrong with him, so they kicked him out of the army. Well, so he's a disgruntled guy, and his brother worked high up in the army and put him, this disgruntled guy, gave him a civilian job in an office that deals with encryption, the Enigma machine. So basically, you took somebody who's disgruntled, not happy about the army and what the army supposedly did to him, put him in one of the most sensitive places of army activities. So this guy's in where the Enigma machines and the code books and everything's maintained. To get back at Germany, he took the blueprints of the Enigma machine and took it to England, because that's who was involved with the war, and took it to England. But England thought it was so complex, even with the blueprint, they didn't think that they'd be able to break it. And Poland was not in the war yet, but they got a hold of this blueprint, and they built a huge computer that would be able to break the encryption. So for a long time, as the German units were communicating back and forth to each other, Poland was listening into those communications, and nobody knew it. And at the time, the rotors, there was like 3 rotors that were used in the Enigma machine, and then they went to 4 rotors. And the team in Poland knew that they didn't have the processing power to actually break something with 4 rotors. Poland was listening in because their main concern is they didn't want to be brought into the war. They didn't want to be invaded by Germany. So they just listened, and if it seemed like Germany was coming their way, then they were going to do something. So Poland actually took all this information of what they've been working on and over to England. And then England was, of course, quite surprised. And they put a whole team together, over 1,000 people, just to break this encryption and to listen in on the German communication. Since they were able to do that, it's said that it reduced the war by 2 years. And so 2 years, that saved a lot of people's lives, and it affected the war overall, of course. And so there's been movies about the Enigma and how within the war, and there's a code book that whoever has an Enigma, everybody has to have the same code book, because the code book indicated the initial rotor settings and how the rotors would change through the encryption process. So that's the Enigma, and what you need to know is kind of the basic concepts. You don't need to know this whole Poland and England and historical things. I think it's interesting because it brings it to life. So you need to know that the Enigma machine did substitution. What the key was the actual rotors and how they moved. Now there's another way of doing encryption that is not using sophisticated algorithms like we use today. One example is the running key cipher. And so let's say that I want to get a secret message to you. And the algorithm itself is we have a set of books. And what I send to you, you and I have the exact same set of books. What I send to you is just a bunch of numbers. But those numbers mean something to you. That's the key. The first number could be go to the fourth book. You go to the fourth book. The next number is 4, so you go to the fourth page. Next number is 16, so you go to the 16th line. The next number is 5, and that's the word. You write that down. And you do that for each set of numbers I sent over to you, and that's the actual, until you get the full message. Now it seems like that's just kind of goofy, and who really uses that? Well, it's thought that that's actually used by criminals and terrorist cells, and this is something that like FBI and Secret Service are looking for, because people are communicating and they're using specific things. It may not be a set of books. Maybe it's a USA Today, the newspaper. And you and I know that we're going to use USA Today. I send you these numbers. It'll tell you which page to go to, which line to go to, what word to go to, and we're communicating that way. So anybody who grabs our message, it's just numbers, and they won't know what it means unless they figure out what our, the algorithm or the USA, that's what we're using. So that's the running key cipher. Now, concealment cipher just means that there's a message within a message. So I could write you a message, and it's long and fluffy, and it says, how are you doing, and how's grandma, and everything's okay here, all this stuff that doesn't seem important at all. But you and I have the same key. This is symmetric encryption. You and I have the same key. You know to pull out every third word of my message. And when you pull out every third word, it has a totally different message, like we're going to bomb Libya or something. So that's a concealment cipher, a message within a message. It's not actually encrypted, it's just hidden. Now we're going to move away from the historical uses and look more at what we actually do today in cryptography. We'll look at how algorithms are used and how the keys come into play. Now, the first thing we'll look at is transposition. And we talked about substitution. Substitution is actually taking one value and substituting with another value. Cryptography. We'll look at asymmetric cryptography that actually uses different types of mathematics. So within cryptography, what does size have to do with anything? Why would a larger key actually provide more protection than a smaller key? Well, a lot of people have heard this. You may have heard this, that a key size of 64 doesn't provide as much protection as a key size of 128. But why? How does that provide a longer key? If those are just instructions for the algorithm, how does it actually provide more security, more protection? Well, the algorithm actually creates a key space when it needs to generate new keys. And we're talking binary here. So really, if you have a key size of 64, the key space is all the possible keys that can be created. So if you have 64 bits, that means 2 to the 64th power, and that's how large your key space is, how many potential keys that can be made. Now, if you have a key size of 128, that means 2 to the 128th power, and then you're going to get a much larger key space because that's a larger number. And the key space is what the algorithm uses to make new keys. So that's the reason why a larger key size will actually provide more protection, because there's more keys, potential keys that could be created that the bad guy would have to go back through and figure out. If you had just a smaller key set and you had to guess, or you had to go through like a brute force to figure it out, that's a lot easier than if you had a whole bunch of keys that you had to brute force or try to figure out which one's used. So I mentioned brute force. We talked about brute force attacks in when we went through passwords. And brute force doesn't just mean you're trying to break a password. Brute force means you just try something over and over and over again until you're successful. It's also called an exhaustive attack. So when somebody's trying to break a crypto system, they are usually trying to get the key that's used for encryption. So in a brute force attack, what happens is, let's say I'm an attacker. I get an encrypted message that you sent. So I have the ciphertext. I know the algorithm that you've used. Just for example, let's just say you use DES. So I have the ciphertext. I know the algorithm that you've used. So I'm just going to, try one key at a time. Key 1 will try to decrypt this message. I'll look at the result. Garbage. That's not the right key. Key 2 will try to decrypt the message. Look at the result. Garbage. And key 3. So you keep doing that over and over again until the result actually comes up with plain text. And that's how you carry out a brute force attack against an algorithm. Now, if we look at the actual numbers, like a 56-bit key creates approximately 72 quadrillion keys. It seems like nobody would ever be able to figure out which is the right key out of 72 quadrillion, but we can today. That's why nobody should be using any key sizes really smaller than a 64-bit. The reason that we shouldn't be using those key sizes is because our processing power continually goes up. And that's what you need. You need a lot of processing power to carry out these brute force attacks. And so at one time when our processors couldn't carry out instructions so quickly, a 40-bit key was hard to break. Now we have so much processing power because the architecture of the processors have increased. We've got PCs that have a lot of different processors in them That's what's causing us to have to go to larger and larger keys for the level of protection that we need. Now, another type of attack instead of brute force is a frequency analysis attack. And what that means is the attacker actually finds some type of pattern in the ciphertext, and they work backwards. So, as an example, the most used letter in the English language is E. So what I'll do, if I'm the attacker, I'm going to look at all of these bits. And 8 bits, because 8 bits equals 1 character, when I see 8 bits that repeat the most, I'm going to assume that that's E. So this sequence of bits equals E. The most used word in the English language is the. So I'm going to look through all of these bits, and where I see the 24 bits that repeat themselves, I'll know that it stands for the. So I have THE. So these are frequencies, these are patterns that are being picked out, and from that the attacker can work backwards and figure out the key that was used. Now today, the complexity of our algorithms, nobody's going to be able to pick out an E or pick out the because our algorithms are much more complex than that. But that's just a conceptual example. So we don't want any patterns in the resulting ciphertext because it gives the bad guy a leg up on trying to figure out what our key is. So how do we determine the strength of a crypto system? And remember, I said a crypto system is not just the algorithm, although the algorithm plays a big key in encryption. But it has to be a strong algorithm. It has to be the right algorithm, because we've had instances where products and protocols have used the wrong algorithm. And we're going to talk about the different types. You have to have a strong and correct algorithm. You need to have a key of the right size. That key needs to be protected. And you'll be using initialization vectors, which I'm going to talk to. Those need to be random. And all of these pieces and parts have to work together properly. And a lot of times when developers are putting things together, building something and they don't understand cryptography, they don't put everything together properly, which allows for attacks to be successful. So it's a lot more complicated than just saying we're using AES or we're using RSA. When developers are actually using those algorithms, they should have somebody who understands cryptography to either help them develop it or review what they've done. Because as a consultant, I've seen a lot of mess with a lot of companies write their own proprietary software and will use encryption, but because they don't understand cryptography to a certain degree, they don't do it correctly, which allows for somebody to easily break their encryption. So it's not only important as a developer to understand how cryptography works when you're doing configuration, like on a VPN or any type of product that allows you to choose what algorithm to use and what key size. It's better if you really understand what you're selecting. But developing internal algorithms causes a lot of issues, and that's something that unless they're cryptographers, they shouldn't be doing. And actually, I was at one client site that had developed their own internal algorithm and their own internal keying system, and they were moving around critical data, social security numbers and banking data, and they were developers. And when I looked through what they were actually doing, it was a mess. It did not provide the level of protection that was really needed for this type of data. Developers should know that there's already algorithms out there. They've been proven, they've been tested, and usually just have to get a library and make a call, a system call to the actual library, like a DLL, that will carry out the functionality. So it's not, this isn't CISSP oriented about developing proprietary, well, it may be, you may get a question about the dangers of that, but in real life, when companies that are developing proprietary software should not try to develop their own cryptography solution. Now, there's two aspects of considering what a strong algorithm is, and we're talking about symmetric. Remember, symmetric is using substitution, transposition. Now, and basically what happens is when an algorithm is created, cryptographers will go through the logic of the algorithm, they'll test it, and they'll be looking for certain types of flaws. And one requirement is there needs to be enough confusion, which means that somebody cannot detect, the bad guy can't detect if one character is changed out with another character, which is substitution, how that results in the ciphertext. So just when you do one substitution, the algorithms should be so complex that the bad guy can't reverse engineer and figure that out. So they shouldn't be able to predict the type of changes with substituting one character and how that will result in the ciphertext. Because really, we're going to look at how these types of algorithms work, but you have so much different types of things happening, you shouldn't have that relationship of you change one component, it always ends up in this ciphertext pattern. Now, that's confusion. Diffusion is different. Diffusion has to do with transposition. Remember, transposition is just moving around the actual values that we have. So diffusion means that the plain text, when it's manipulated or there's changes that takes place during the encryption process, that many pieces of the ciphertext is actually affected. So if you do a transposition on a part of the plain text, it shouldn't just affect this one part. It needs to affect different parts of the ciphertext. These are concepts that most people, unless you're in cryptography, this is a new thing and it's kind of a little bit difficult, but it's important. You could see things like this on the exam. So confusion is usually carried out through substitution, and diffusion is usually carried out through transposition. And the reason what they are is basically there needs to be enough confusion and enough diffusion to indicate that a symmetric algorithm is strong enough. So there's this guy back in the 1800s named Kirchhoff, and he said something that it seems like we still care about what he said, which is the algorithm itself. He said the algorithm itself should be known. It shouldn't be the secret or protected part. The only part that should be protected is the key. That's Kirchhoff's principle. The algorithm, everybody should be able to understand how the algorithm works, look at the logic, and the only secret part is the key, because then a lot of people could see the logic, identify flaws, tell the developer, and they can go back and fix that flaw. But this is kind of a religious debate. The people in, a lot of cryptographers in the industry feel this way, that the algorithm should be open, but in the military and governments that have created their own algorithms, they don't go with this. Their algorithms are not known about, their names aren't supposed to be known about, and nobody's supposed to be able to look at their logic. So they don't go along with Kirchhoff's principle. They think that the algorithm and the key need to be a secret. So now we're going to look at different types of symmetric algorithms, block and stream, how they work differently and together. So we have symmetric algorithms, and like I said, that they use substitution and transposition. That's the basic components of what they actually use. We just have a lot of complex logic functions and mathematical functions that are using those operations. So there's two types of symmetric ciphers, block and stream. So a block cipher is conceptually very easy to understand. It takes a message and it splits it up into individual boxes. So let's say that I write you a message and I'm going to encrypt it with a block symmetric cipher. So the cipher is going to take my message and it's going to put it into blocks, maybe 64 bits, maybe 128 bits. It depends upon the algorithm itself. But it's going to cut it up into blocks, and then each block is going to be encrypted by itself. So block 1 of the message will be encrypted, then block 2 will be encrypted, and block 3, etc. So when you get my encrypted message, you have to have the same key, because it's an algorithm and a key, and we're still talking symmetric. You have to have the same key, and your system's going to reverse that, decrypt the last block, decrypt the next block, and put it all together until the plain text is readable to you. Now, the actual blocks are going through what we call rounds. And a round is the actual mathematics or the logic functions that are going to carry out the substitution and transposition functionality. So you could think of, and they're called S boxes for substitution boxes, so you could think of having all of these different rounds, these different boxes, and the first block has to go through one round, which means the mathematics are going to work on it to encrypt it. Now that box or that block is going to go to another S box. There's going to be more encryption taking place, and it's going to keep going through the necessary S boxes, which we call rounds. So it depends upon the actual algorithm on how many rounds each box is going to go through, because we'll look at DES. DES has 16 rounds, and what that means is each block is going to go through 16 different S boxes for the encryption, and then it's going to end up in a block of ciphertext. So the S blocks are commonly used, and they just contain the actual logic and mathematics that are used for the encryption process. Now, we're at the binary level. Even though I write you a message and it has information about what's going on in the world, when we're talking about anything in a computer, it's all broken down into binary. And so at the binary level, we have different mathematical functions, and one of them is XOR. There's other ones, and such, that could be used, but the one that is used the most in cryptography is XOR, because it's so simple to go one way or the other. So XOR has, it's a mathematical rule, and what the rules are is if you have the same values that are XOR'd, then you end up with a 0. If they're different values, end up with 1. So for example, 0 XOR'd to 0 is 0. They're the same values. 1 XOR'd to 1 is 0. They're the same. Now if you have 0 XOR'd to 1, that's 1, because 1 and 0 are different. If you have 1 XOR to 0, that's 1. So that's the rule of how XOR works, and it's used commonly in stream ciphers, which is what we're going to look at. So a stream cipher is different than a block cipher. So there's two main types of algorithms within the symmetric world, stream or block. And the stream cipher isn't going to cut the message up into individual blocks and encrypt that one block at a time. It actually encrypts one bit at a time. What the algorithm does is it creates a key stream. And what the key stream is a whole stream of ones and zeros. And those bits are actually going to be XORed to the bits of the message that's going to be encrypted. So you have an algorithm, you have a key that works with the algorithm to indicate, what the sequences of the different mathematics are going to be used. Then there's, from the key and the algorithm, there'll be a key stream, which is binary numbers. And then your message is in binary. And so the first bit that comes out of the key stream is XORed to the first bit that's in your plaintext message. And whatever the result is, that's a ciphertext. So the second bit in the key stream is XORed to the second bit within your message, and that's the ciphertext. So each bit that comes out of the stream cipher is XORed to the individual bits of your message, and the result is the ciphertext. And you see, it not be used in this type of situation because stream ciphers inherently have a characteristic where you could flip a bit and the receiver wouldn't know about it. So they're within our WEP, which is used for the standard for encryption, it was proven that you could actually flip some bits and the receiver didn't know. The other thing about the standard is that it didn't say that the key had to be continuously changed out. And so, the vendors just go by the standard. What do they know about cryptography? And so that's why, a lot of our wireless devices and access points and all of this have the same key used over and over and over again. And it also didn't say that the keys needed to be automatically refreshed, like through a protocol. So a lot of the keys just stayed the same, and it would require some type of a manual update. And if I'm an administrator and we have like 1,000 users who have wireless laptops, am I going to continually go to each one of those laptops and manually going to change the key? No, I'm going to do it once, it's going to be a headache, and I'm not going to do it anymore. So the weaknesses are that they chose the wrong algorithm. They chose a stream cipher that can allow some bits to actually be changed, and they didn't specify that the key has to be changed out. It should be changed out for each message or each packet. And the other thing was that they didn't say that the initialization vector had to be unique for each packet. So what the vendors did was just follow the standard. You had the same key over and over and over again, and then they used the same initialization vector too many times, which came up with patterns. So then you're able to break WEP and get access to the wireless traffic that had been encrypted. These aren't all of the security issues that happen with WEP, but this is what we're talking about. We're talking about keys, we're talking about algorithms, and we're talking about initialization vector. And because they had all of these problems, what individual vendors had to do was come up with their own security solution. So one came up with basically they're Band-Aids. One vendor comes up with a Band-Aid to provide more protection on the wireless data. Another one comes up with a different Band-Aid. Another one comes up with a different Band-Aid solution. So when they all come up with their own thing, their own solutions, they can't talk. They're no longer interoperable, which is why you have a standard in the first place. So that's why when you actually go and buy a wireless card, you should buy the access point from the same company because they had to come up with their own security solutions. When we get into telecommunications, we're going to talk about the new solutions that IEEE has come out to address these security issues. So we see that the necessary parts in for stream ciphers, just the key, the initialization vector, which should change out each time, It's a fixed value. The initialization vector is a fixed value. And so if the sender is going to create a stream cipher, or is going to create a key stream from the key and the initialization vector, then the receiver has to have the key and initialization vector. Also the same values, so they can create the same key stream to reverse and decrypt the message. So now we'll look a little bit deeper into algorithms. We didn't have asymmetric yet, we only had symmetric. And we had to figure out how to get the symmetric key to the destination in a secure manner, which means out of band. Out of band means that you're using some other way of getting information instead of the actual communication channel that you're using. So if you and I are communicating over the internet, I have to figure out a way to get the symmetric key to you in a secure manner that's not in band, it's out of band of the channel that we're using. So what used to take place is, let's say you have one building of people who need to talk to another building of people and they want to do encryption. You actually had a person, a courier, that would take the actual, it's called like a master key, to the other building, and each individual would be assigned a symmetric key. So it was a physical manner of getting the symmetric key to the destination. So if I wanted to email somebody in the other facility in a secure manner, I had to wait for the courier to get there, wait for them to get the symmetric key assigned to them, get it plugged in. So it wasn't, as efficient as we have today. Now another thing with using symmetric cryptography is the amount of keys that's needed, because each individual should use, we should just have one key, you and I. And then if I'm talking to another person communicating through encryption, that's another key. Everybody shouldn't be sharing the same symmetric key. So, that's okay if I've got to manage keys and I'm only talking to maybe 5 people. But what if I'm talking to, 45 people? Then that's 45 individual keys that I'm going to need to maintain. So security, or with symmetric keys, that there's a key management issue. And to be able to figure out how many keys you actually need, there's a little formula which is n multiplied by n minus 1 over 2. So n is the number of users. You multiply that by n minus 1 and you divide it by 2, which that indicates how many keys you need. So if you had, let's say, 5 people, you would put the 5 in the equation and come up with the number of keys that you have to maintain. So if it's 10 users, there's 45 keys. If there's 1,000 users, that's close to 500,000 keys. So that's another downfall with using just symmetric. So we're going to look at actual symmetric algorithms, right? And for now, you need to know which ones are symmetric, like DES, triple DES, blowfish, two-fish, IDA, RC4, AES. There's a whole set of algorithms that you're going to have to know are symmetric, and then we're going to go in them is going to create a public key and a private key at the same time, and they're mathematically related. So when something's encrypted by the public key, the private key can decrypt it because they're mathematically related. Now, the keys actually have a dual nature. It doesn't mean you have to encrypt, all encryption takes place with the public key. The private key can be used for encryption purposes, which we're going to talk about. So you need to know that each one of them can do encryption and decryption. And also, if I have, let's say I have your public key and I encrypt something, it can only be decrypted with your private key. So I can't encrypt a message with Tom's public key and send it to you, and just because you have a private key you could decrypt it. They have to go together. Anything encrypted with a public key has to be decrypted with the private key that was generated with it. So let's make sure that we have these pieces down, that we understand what we've gone over so far, because these are the foundational concepts that we're going to build upon. Symmetric keys, the symmetric algorithms. What are the type of symmetric algorithms that are out there that have been developed? Either stream or block. So a block, algorithm is going to take that message, cut it up into individual blocks, and encrypt one block at a time. A stream cipher is going to create that key stream and encrypt 1 bit at a time. So that's symmetric cryptography. Those are the two types. And what symmetric cryptography is going to use is substitution and transposition. And if we're using just symmetric cryptography, what are the downfalls we need to know about? The downfalls are that we have a scalability issue, the amount of keys that have to be generated and sent out, and you keep track of them. Out of band, that we have to get that key to the destination securely, which has to be out of band, and that symmetric cryptography only provides confidentiality. It doesn't provide authentication or non-repudiation. So that's those are the things that we need to know about symmetric algorithms. Now, asymmetric, what do we need to know there? Each person has a public and a private key. The public key can be given out to anybody. And you give out a public key, somebody's going to encrypt the message with the public key, it comes back to you, and you decrypt the message with your private key. And there's not a scalability issue because one person can send their public key out to as many people as necessary. And that public key doesn't have to be protected during transmission. We could send it through email or send it through the internet because it's made specifically to be public. It's the private key that nobody should get a hold of. And that asymmetric can provide authenticity or authentication and non-repudiation. Because if I use my private key to encrypt something, then it proves that it came from me. So I can't say that I did not send it. So those are the things that we need to remember, the differences between symmetric and asymmetric up to this point. So it seems like asymmetric, deals with all the issues we had with symmetric. Just like I talked about, it provides these security services we need. We don't have a key management issue. We don't have to do this whole out-of-band thing. So why don't we just go to asymmetric and just call it a day? Well, there's always something. There's always a catch. And the catch is that asymmetric algorithms work too slow. They work too slow compared to symmetric algorithms because their mathematics is a lot more complex. With symmetric algorithms, the mathematics and the logic functions are more simple in nature compared to asymmetric. So asymmetric encryption and decryption actually takes too long. And some of the asymmetric algorithms actually can't encrypt a large amount of data. So asymmetric seems to deal with all the issues that we have with symmetric, but it's too slow. So we just can't seem to win. Now, one thing I do want to cover real quickly is, as if cryptography is not confusing enough, and we just can't seem to call an apple an apple. In symmetric cryptography, you can, on the exam and in the industry, you can see a single key encryption, which means symmetric cryptography. You could say secret key. Now, we talked about secret key versus session keys when we went through Kerberos in the access control domain. And remember, the secret key is static. You use that key over and over again until you actually change it. The session key is good for one session. So after it's used for one session, then it's destroyed. Now, unfortunately, some resources can call symmetric key private key encryption, which I hate. Because really it's asymmetric that has a private key and a public key. So I really don't like that. In you can refer to symmetric cryptography as private key because it's not a good fit. But anyway, I'm obviously not the one who makes all the decisions, and you just need to be aware of, if you see private key in a question, just remember that they could be talking about symmetric algorithms. So we went through the differences between symmetric and asymmetric. These are important for you, not to only understand that you have to memorize them, but conceptually you have to understand the differences, because we're going to build upon how these are used together, why they're used together, and how they're used in different applications and protocols. Message, decrypt it and read it, because it can only be decrypted with your private key. Now, what if I encrypt data with your private key? Who can decrypt it? I should never have your private key. That was a trick question. Only the individual, the owner, should have their private key. So when asymmetric is new to people, these concepts get very confusing for them, which way it goes. So make sure that you understand, if something's encrypted with the public key, what actually decrypts it, and vice versa. Now, if I encrypt data with my public key, what type of security service is provided? That would be confidentiality. Because let's say, so if something's encrypted with my public key, let's say you write a message and you encrypt it with my public key, you send it over to me, and I'm using my private key to decrypt that message. Only I can read the message because I have the private key. So that's confidentiality. Now, what if I encrypt data with my private key? What security services are provided? If I encrypt something with my private key, then what's provided is authentication and non-repudiation, because anybody with my public key can decrypt it. So that does not provide confidentiality. And if somebody encrypts data with your public key, what services are provided? Confidentiality, because only you have the private key to decrypt it. So it may seem as though I'm a little repetitive here, but I've taught cryptography for so many. Encrypt a large amount of data, just a small amount of data. So I am going to encrypt any type of message or data I have to send to you. It'll be with a symmetric key. So I write you a message, and that message is encrypted with a symmetric key. Now I have a symmetric key and an encrypted message. I cannot send that symmetric key along in band unprotected, because somebody can get that symmetric key and decrypt the message. I have to protect that symmetric key. So I'm going to encrypt it with an asymmetric key. Once I encrypt that symmetric key with an asymmetric key, now I have an encrypted message and an encrypted symmetric key. That's what I'm going to send to the receiver. So the receiver gets the symmetric key that's encrypted with an asymmetric key, and they get a message that's encrypted with the symmetric key. So what do they need to do to be able to get to the plain text message? They need to decrypt the symmetric key with their asymmetric key. So I've encrypted the symmetric key with their public key, and they have to decrypt it with their private key. So once they do that decryption, now they have the symmetric key. Now that they have the symmetric key, they can decrypt the message. Now let's think about something here. If I went through the same process, let's say that I wrote a message and I encrypted the message with a symmetric key, and then that symmetric key, what if I encrypted that with my private key? So the question is, I wrote you a message, I encrypted it with a symmetric key, so I have this symmetric key. What if I encrypt that symmetric key with my private key? Well, then anybody who has my public key can decrypt and extract the symmetric key, use that key to decrypt the message. So that's why the sender has to have the receiver's public key. The symmetric key is encrypted with the receiver's public key, because then only the receiver can decrypt and extract that symmetric key, use the symmetric key to decrypt the message. So again, I have to use your public key. I don't use my public key because you don't have my private key to do the decryption. It has to be the receiver's public key. And these public keys, there's different places to be able to get them. Somebody can send you their public key. A lot of times they're held in repositories, or they'll be on a domain controller, so they're easily available. It doesn't have to directly come from the $1 million system to try to break this algorithm to get to your key. Probably not, but if you're the NSA or somebody like that, then countries will put that much resources towards it. So that's sometimes, that's not the only way that algorithms could be broken, but they're not really broken. It's just that somebody found out a key. Now, we shouldn't really have to worry about that, because I said that a session key should be used. So you should have a new key for each message that you're actually encrypting. If they figured out a session key, who cares? You're going to use a different session key the next time. It's when the developers don't understand that type of protection, and they develop the products that use the same key over and over again. And we have products that do that don't change out the session key and have that type of vulnerability. But I just wanted to go over that if a algorithm is broken, that doesn't mean all of a sudden everybody runs away. We don't use it anymore. We shouldn't really have to worry about it, because it should be using a session key, and most companies or organizations don't have the enemies that will spend the amount of money on millions of dollars on all the processing power that's needed to do that. So the asymmetric mathematics, we said that RSA is based on factoring large numbers into their individual prime. You need to know that. The other asymmetric algorithms that we talked about use the mathematics of discrete logarithms in a finite field. You need to know that. So asymmetric security, asymmetric algorithms or to encrypt classified data. What algorithms are used to encrypt secret data or top secret data? And I studied and I studied and studied, I researched and read all these books, and I couldn't find what's actually used to classify more sensitive data within the DoD. So I actually emailed one of the authors of an encryption book, and I asked him that. I said, I see that this is what DES is used for. What are the other algorithms that are used to encrypt top secret data or secret data by the government? And his reply to me was very simple. He said, I don't know and you don't know. And then I got it. Because DES is known about because it's going to encrypt unclassified data that can be available to the public. Their secret, top secret, and other layers of classification are encrypted by their own algorithms that are developed by their own cryptographers, and we don't know anything about it. and that's how they want it. So DES was developed specifically for this purpose. Now, in the 60s, 70s, the United States government was pretty freaky about encryption. They didn't want anybody to have encryption capabilities. And the reason is because the NSA's job is to, watch traffic, figure out if somebody's going to try to do something to the nation. And they couldn't actually break some level or some types of encryption. So, people didn't have encryption at a certain time. It wasn't in all the software like it is now. And what it's kind of interesting about DES is that there's a gentleman that wanted to practice in cryptography. He came, I think, from Germany. He was working at one university, and the government put pressure and shut his work down. He went to another place, and the government wasn't necessarily after him. The government just didn't want encryption to be built so it can get into their enemies' hands and they can't snoop in on the traffic. And then this guy went to IBM, and obviously IBM had a lot of push and a great relationship with the DoD. So this guy comes up with an algorithm that is DES. He created, well, with a team, I'm sure, DES. And so it's very ironic that the United States government kept saying, you can't do it, you can't do it. And once they just let him work, he created the algorithm that was used for 20 years. Now, what happens when a new algorithm is needed, the NSA and NIST get together and lay out the requirements. And then, they publish the requirements. Then all the different companies and cryptographers come up with their algorithms. They submit them to the NSA and NIST for testing. And then one algorithm is actually chosen for this standard. So DES actually stands for Data Encryption Standard. It's actually a standard. The algorithm that was accepted for DES is called Lucifer. So the guy who actually created at IBM with his team, he created this algorithm. It was called Lucifer. That was the one that was accepted. Now that algorithm had a key size of 128 bits. And at the time, so that's what it means when a block algorithm is working in a different mode. And we're going to go through the different modes and what they mean and how they work. But a lot of people have a hard time figuring out where they work in the world. And it's within an application that's using a block cipher, and the developer has chosen what mode to actually use the algorithm in. So the first mode that we'll look at is CBC, cipher block chaining. And this is the most common mode for DES and AES. So what it means, cipher block chaining. Well, remember that we talked about what block encryption takes place. I write you a message, then the message is cut up into individual blocks. Now, this first block goes through the encryption process, and you end up with a block of ciphertext. Now, the second block has to be encrypted, but what the algorithm does is use this resulting ciphertext to help encrypt the next block. So again, we have a message. It's cut up into individual blocks. The first block goes through the algorithm and comes up with a ciphertext block. That ciphertext, those bits, are used by the algorithm to encrypt the next block. And then the third block is encrypted with what the result was from the second block. So the reason that it's set up this way is because it provides a lot of randomness. Using the ciphertext to encrypt the next block, we don't necessarily know what that ciphertext is. It'll keep changing. It depends on the plain text. So the CBC provides a lot of randomness by using that chaining approach of bringing forward the ciphertext to encrypt the next block. Now on the first block, we don't have ciphertext to bring forward. So the first block that has to go through the algorithm, actually there's an initialization vector that works with the key. We talked about an initialization vector, which is basically like a random value, a seeding value. So on the first block, we don't have ciphertext to bring forward to encrypt it. So what's used on that first block is initialization vector and the key. So like I said, the developer actually chooses the mode that the algorithm can work in, and it's not just DES. These modes are for different block ciphers. Now another mode we're going to look at is ECB. ECB does not use any chaining. So what happens is it's still a block cipher. So you take the block, the first block, it goes through the algorithm, you come up with a ciphertext, and then you take the second block, it goes through the algorithm, and that ciphertext is not used to encrypt. So again, we have a message, the first block goes through the algorithm, and then you have a block of ciphertext. That ciphertext is not used to encrypt the second block. And the reason is because CBC, that mode is used to encrypt large amounts of data. And if we have large amounts of data to encrypt, it could be provide patterns. That's why we use CBC, because it provides more randomness. ECB doesn't have that chaining, so it doesn't provide as much randomness. So ECB is a mode that we use to encrypt a small amount of data, like your PIN number on, let's say, your memory card, your ATM card. That would be encrypted with a symmetric key in ECB. So ECB is for small amounts of data. So ECB is the mode to use to encrypt a small amount of data, because when you use the key to encrypt the text, you're always going to come up with the same ciphertext. There's not going to be enough randomness. In CBC, when you're going to use your key, but you're going to use that other ciphertext to encrypt the next block, so it's always, the resulting ciphertext is always going to be different. There's more randomness there. Now there's two other modes, cipher feedback mode and output feedback mode. And before we get into this, I know that just from teaching this and being around CISSP a lot, I know that people are just preparing for the exam, and things like this, they just try to memorize and dump it on the exam. But when I first took the CISSP exam, there were no study books. There was nothing to actually study and zero in, and that's why I wrote the CISSP book, because there wasn't anything out there to really study. And I did that because I did the same thing. I took the exam, and a lot of stuff I didn't really fully understood, but I memorized it, and I just didn't like that. I passed, and I didn't know all the information. I just memorized it. So I know that people do that, and that's it's your choice, but not necessarily that you need to know cipher feedback mode, that's going to come up in your career. But actually knowing this information is a lot different than just passing the exam. So when I started, I was a security consultant before I passed this exam, and I'm still a security consultant. And because I know this information, not just because I have a CISSP, but I know this information, I'm a much better, well-rounded consultant. So people kind of get frustrated around this point when we're talking about these modes and everything. They're like, I'll never see this. Why do I have to know it? Well, you might. There's a lot of things that I would never have caught working with organizations if I didn't know a lot of this information that I thought I was never going to run across. So there, these two other modes, cipher feedback mode and output feedback mode, are similar. And remember, we're talking about a block cipher. Well, if they're in these modes, one of these modes, it's actually a block cipher that's working like a key stream, stream cipher. So it's actually a combination of block and stream. And we're going to look at a graphic to show you how that works. But the reason is because sometimes you have a smaller amount of data to encrypt other than like a 64-bit, or noisy or chaotic. And there's more of a chance that that ciphertext would get corrupted. If that ciphertext is corrupted and it's continually chained through to encrypt more and more data, then you're just, continuing the errors. So like satellite communication, if that needs to be encrypted, it would be in OFB mode, because there's it's more of a chaotic, noisy environment that could corrupt that ciphertext that would just repopulate or continue when it's if it's chained to encrypt the next blocks. Okay, so another mode that we need to understand is called the counter mode, and it's quite popular. It's used in the new 802 security solution, which is a standard that's called 802.11i, which we actually will get into in telecommunications. But the counter mode is similar to OFB, so it's working as a stream cipher. But the difference is that it's using a random initialization vector. So you have a block, and the block could be 8 bits, 4 bits, however many bits needs to be encrypted. You have a block, and you use a key with the algorithm, and you use initialization vector in the algorithm, and then it's going to create the key stream that will encrypt that block. So again, this is counter mode. It's similar to CFB. You have a block of data, and you use a key with the algorithm, initialization vector with the algorithm, and those two are used with the algorithm to create the key stream that will be used to encrypt this block, and what you end up with is a block of ciphertext. Now, it's not going to be doing chaining. That means that this ciphertext is not going to go over and encrypt the next block. What's actually going to happen to the next block is it will use a key, and the initialization vector will actually be +1. It's the next value. So if our initialization vector was 4, which it wouldn't be because it actually has to be a longer number, but if our initialization vector was 4 for this one, it would be 5 for this one. So on the second block, the key, the initialization vector, would be used in the algorithm, and that's used to encrypt the next block. So the reason that the counter mode is used is for performance, because when it gets to the destination can start decrypting the blocks right away, because it knows what the initialization vector is going to be, because it's just up 1, +1 for each one. So it could start decrypting the values, and there's no chaining, so it doesn't have to wait to get all of the blocks together. So that's where we came with RC5. RC5 was developed. It has variable block sizes, variable key sizes, variable numbers of rounds, and that just allowing that variation allows the developer to determine what he wants to set based on what it's being used for and the resources that are available for this type of encryption. Now, up to now, we have talked about symmetric algorithms that provide confidentiality. We've talked about asymmetric algorithms that can provide different types of functions, digital certificate or digital signatures, encryption of that symmetric key, and now we're going, and then there could be some type of error, and the message would be, or the data would be discarded. So you can understand the concept that I just talked about. Hashing isn't too difficult. We use them a lot of different places, not just with email, but protection of logs, like when you have to store logs out, after you have a bunch of logs, you have to actually store them and keep them for quite a while. It depends on, the regulations will tell you how many years you have to keep it. But we want to make sure the logs are protected, so we take those logs, we pass it through a hashing algorithm, and then we have the message digest value. So next time we need to go and look at the logs, we'll do the same thing, run it through the hashing algorithm, and compare it with the original message digest just to make sure that nobody's been messing with them. Now, so you can understand what the concept is and how hashing works. But remember that this exam is going to have some tricky wording and tricky questions. So you could see something that says, what is something that accepts a variable length string and generates a fixed length value? You're like, I have no idea. Well, that's a confusing way of describing a hash algorithm. It accepts a variable length string because the message could be any size, and it's going to generate a fixed length value. That message digest is going to be a fixed value. So just be prepared that some concepts that you understand, you're going to be a little frustrated because they're going to be wrapped into some cognitive questions that are a little slippery. So hashing algorithms, it's like a CRC function if you're familiar with that, but CRC doesn't use really any algorithms. CRCs are usually used within like the network protocol stack, and then they're used like at the data link layer to see if there's been any transmission errors. That's different than hashing algorithms, which more looks at like the data payload to see if there's been any altercation of the actual data. So we have a whole load of algorithms that we need to know. And there's a whole MD family, MD2, MD4, MD5, and they all create a message digest of 128. So it doesn't matter how long your message is, but each time it creates that message digest for whatever message, it's going to be 128 bits. Then the NSA developed a secure hashing algorithm. That's what SHA stands for, secure hashing algorithm. They came out with one that was just called SHA. It created a 160-bit digest. There were some flaws, so they came out with another one. The thing about message authentication code is that it provides the weakest form of authentication. And that means that it actually provides system authentication or data origin authentication, and we're going to look at how that takes place. Now, a message authentication code, this is how it works. I write you a message, and then I have a symmetric key, and I put both of those through a hashing algorithm. What results from that is a message authentication code, a MAC. So we have the message, we have a symmetric key. Both of those are passed through the hashing algorithm, and what results is a MAC. We don't have encryption. Just because there's a key involved does not mean there's encryption. So we take one thing and another thing and pass it through a hashing algorithm and develop or create this MAC. So I have my message, I append the MAC to the message, and I send it over to you. Now, you take the message and you have to have your own copy of the same symmetric key. You take the message, the symmetric key, you pass it through the hashing algorithm, and you create your own independent MAC. And then you compare it to the MAC that was sent over to your system to see if they're the same. So now this one is a little difficult for people usually. We write, I'm going to send you a message. I write that message. I take a secret key, a symmetric key. I'm not encrypting the message. A lot of people think just because there's a symmetric key involved that you're encrypting something. It's just the value is used. So the message and the secret key go through the hashing algorithm, and what comes out is a MAC, like a message digest, but if there's a symmetric key involved, it's called a MAC. Now you have to have identical symmetric key. With MAC, this type of technology, it's not going to move the key for you. It will be like using RSA or some other way, the key will get over there. But with message authentication code, that technology isn't actually moving the key anywhere. It's just worrying about the integrity of the data. So you receive the message, you have to have the same symmetric key. It goes through the hashing algorithm. You create your own independent MAC value. You compare it to the MAC value that was appended to the message that came to you. Now, why does that provide more protection against man-in-the-middle than just hashing? Well, the reason is because somebody would actually have to have that secret key to be able to do the modification. So let's say I send you a message, it's got a MAC attached to it, and somebody grabs the message and modifies it, but they don't have the secret key. So they can't create a MAC that is going to be expected by your system. Your system will know that there's been a modification. So MACs are commonly used in a lot of different protocols we're actually going to look at. And again, they provide more protection for integrity. But like I said, they also provide what's called the weakest form of authentication. Now, when we talked about symmetric cryptography, I said it doesn't provide true authentication, true authenticity. Only a private key can provide true authenticity. But a MAC, what that says is you know what system it came from. It's the system with the other symmetric key. So that's why it's called data origin or system authentication. It's not tied to a user's identity because anybody can use that system. But that symmetric key, you know what system it came from. It's the other system that has that symmetric key. Again, that's the weakest form of authentication. It's not user authentication. So with using a MAC, what's actually provided? What type of services are provided? That would be, is there encryption? No, just because there's a key involved, there's no encryption. It's all about integrity. So is there any confidentiality? No, because the message isn't encrypted. Is there source authentication? Yes, the weakest form, which is data origin or system authentication. So if you need, in protocols or environments that need a true, strong authentication, especially from an individual, we're going to use digital certificates, which we're going to talk about in PKI. If it's just one, you have to know what system it came from, then we would use message authentication code. Now, the message authentication code technology that we just covered is a lot of times referred to H hashed MAC, and that's how you would see it, HMAC. And what that means is that there's you take that secret key and the message and you pass it through the hashing algorithm. That's what HMAC is. Now there's something else, it's called the CbC Mac, which is different. And how this works is I'm going to write you a message. I write the message. Now my system is going to use a block cipher in CbC mode, which means it's going to cut my message up into blocks. Each block is going to be encrypted. and it'll do it for the whole message. And the very last block, the resulting ending block, that is the MAC value. That's the message authentication code that's going to be appended to my message and sent over to you. So again, CBC Mac is not using the secret, just the secret key and the message. It's actually using a block cipher that's going to cut the message up, put it through the encryption process. But it's not encrypting the message. It's just taking a copy of it and going through this whole CBC mode, you know, where the blocks go through the encryption. And the very last block, that's the MAC. That's what's actually going to be appended to the message that goes over to you, the receiver. So you're going to get the message, and you have to have the same symmetric key, because remember, I said that it was encrypted. We went through the encryption process with a block cipher. That means we had a symmetric key. So you get my message. It has an appended MAC value on it. Now you take that message and you run it through the same block cipher using the same key that I have, and you come up with the last box. The last block that's encrypted, that's the MAC value that you compare to the MAC value that was appended to my message. So some people get a little confused because we are using a block cipher to create the MAC, but we're not encrypting the actual message itself. So because this is all about integrity, the hashing algorithms, the HMAC, CBC Mac is all about ensuring that no data has been modified during transmission or even where it's stored. So I'll just say it one more time. I have a message and a symmetric key. My system is going to take my message, cut it up into blocks. Each block is going to go through the encryption process. The very last block is the MAC value. That's the MAC value. And that's how it's different than HMAC. What's the MAC value if we're using HMAC? How do we get that? That's when we have a message and a symmetric key and we pass it through the hashing algorithm. So that's a HMAC, and this is how a CBC Mac works. So if we're using a CBC Mac, does that mean that there's encryption? We are using an algorithm and there is a symmetric key involved, but we're not encrypting the actual message. We're just using an algorithm to create that last block as the MAC. So is there confidentiality? No, because there's no encryption of the message itself. Is there integrity? Yes, there's integrity. That's why we're doing it. It's for the integrity of the message. Is there source authentication? There is source authentication because you know that that message came from the other system that has that same symmetric key. Again, MAC is the weakest form of authentication. You know what system it came from, not what user it came from. Now, does this provide non-repudiation? It does not provide non-repudiation. What do you have to have in place to provide that service? A private key. In MAC, message authentication code, we're only using symmetric keys. We're not using an asymmetric algorithm. To provide non-repudiation, you have to use an asymmetric algorithm, and it means that a private key has been used to encrypt some type of data. So why, could you personally, like you sent a message, or a message came to somebody else and there was a CBC Mac on there. Can somebody come to you personally and say, why did you send this message? No, because it's just the system authentication. Anybody can actually use that system. So again, it doesn't tie to an identity, just the identity of a system. Now, why could Somebody else, maybe who has a copy of the symmetric key, recreate a Mac. If an attacker got a hold of that symmetric key, they could take that symmetric key and modify the message, and because they have the symmetric key, the same one that you're going to get, then you wouldn't know that there's been some type of changes. But that, that's extremely rare. In hashing, just hashing, there's no symmetric key. It's much easier to take a message, modify it, come up with a new message digest value. With Mac, it's very difficult to get that symmetric key because it's usually encrypted with the receiver's public key, which can only be decrypted with the private key. So now I mentioned digital signatures, and now we'll look at what that is. A digital signature just means that you take a message, you put it through a hashing algorithm, you come up with that message digest value, and then I encrypt that message digest value with my private key. So I have a message, I put it through a hashing algorithm, I come up with that message digest value, I encrypt that message digest value with my private key. So then I append that. That's what the signature is. Anytime you hear of any type of software signing, this is what it is. A private key is being used to encrypt a message digest. So I have a message, I have the encrypted message digest value, which is a digital signature. It's going to go over to your system. Now you have to have my public key, which is easily accepted. You can get that from me, I could send it over to you, or it can be in a repository. So what you do is you take my public key and you decrypt that message digest value. If you can properly decrypt that message digest value, you know that it came from me because it can only be decrypted by the corresponding private key. So you take my public key, you decrypt and extract the message digest. That's what's called verifying a digital signature. Then you take the message and you put it through the same hashing algorithm. You come up with your own message digest value and you compare it to the message digest value that came over. So it's really the same thing as hashing, because you do have to do the hashing. You just add an extra piece. Is the sender is going to encrypt it with the private key, and the receiver is going to verify the signature by decrypting with the public key. So why would we do this? What's the purpose of going through this? Well, it provides authentication. Why? How does it provide authentication? Because I encrypted that message digest with my private key. It provides non-repudiation because I'm using my private key. Does it provide confidentiality? No, because we're not encrypting the message. It's all about the integrity and verifying who sent the message. So digital signatures are very common, and the government always likes everybody to do the same, something the same way. So they have a digital signature standard, DSS, and that's just a standard for how to carry out digital signatures. And it basically says everybody in the DoD has to create digital signatures this way. If you're going to communicate with somebody within the DoD, you have to follow this. And so the DSS standard, it just says that you have to use the SHA algorithm, which was created by the NSA, and you have to use one of the approved asymmetric algorithms. And there's a list of them: RSA, LGMAL, DSA. So that's what DSS is. It just if you're going to do a digital signature, you have to use these algorithms. Now we're going to talk about a concept that's called zero-knowledge proof. Zero-knowledge proof. And that's pretty confusing to people. That's not a common thing, but cryptographers know about what this concept means. Now, as an analogy, when there is some type of military person that's talking like on CNN or is talking to the press, he has a story that he's to tell the press, and there's somebody who changed some type of data on purpose. Remember that the hashing function, somebody could change the message and just recreate the new message digest value and send it over. Now, the other integrity controls can find if somebody actually changes a message on purpose, and that's a digital signature. We talked about two types of Mac, HMac and CBC Mac. Since those are using keys, that provides much more security. Now, when we actually hash, let's say, two different messages, if I have message 1 and message 2, and I put it through the same hashing algorithm, I should come up with two different message digest values, right? Message 1 goes through a hashing algorithm, come up with a message digest. Message 2 goes through a hashing algorithm, comes up with a message digest. They shouldn't be the same value. But if they are the same value, it's called a collision. A collision is when two different messages hash out to the same value. And if you think about it, it's possible because these message digest values aren't infinite. We don't have an infinite amount of numbers to choose from. It's a binary value. So if we're using like MD4 as our hashing algorithm, it's 2, and what the message digest size is 128. That means it's 2 to the 128th power. So that's how many message digest values can be created. So because there's not an infinite amount, there could be collisions that take place. Now, I said that we were going to look at specific types of attacks that can take place with hashing algorithms. And the most common attack is called a birthday attack. And a birthday attack is something that takes advantage of those collisions. Remember, a collision is when two different messages hash out to the same value. Now, let's say you look through a whole stream of messages and you just happen to find two messages that have the same message digest value. Well, that might not do a lot of good to the attacker. But if they can force a collision, then that could be more beneficial for the attacker. So we'll walk through an example here. Bob and Sue are going to get married, and they write up a document that says if they get divorced, then whatever Bob owns, he gets. Whatever Sue owns, she gets. They take this document and they put it through a hashing algorithm which creates a message digest value. Now, Sue takes that message and she makes a copy of that document, and she tweaks the document to say anything that belongs to her she gets after the divorce, but anything that belongs to Bob she also gets after the divorce. Now, making that, and then she'll hash that to a message digest value and compare the original message digest value with that one. Now, right off the bat, when she does the tweak, she's most likely not going to cause a collision, but she'll keep tweaking the document, changing the words, changing some punctuation, until she can actually create a message digest value that maps to or matches the original one. So now she changes out the contract, this document that says when they get divorced, everything's hers. And so she quickly goes to a divorced Bob and she says, "Now give me all your stuff." And Bob says, "No, we have in a contract that's not how it's going to work. It's a 50-50 thing." And she says, "Well, let's go and look at the document and see if it's been modified." So they'll take that message, put it through the hashing algorithm, and come up with a message digest that matches the original one. See, that the attacker can modify the original message so that it matches the actual original MD value, and so people won't know. That's an example of a birthday attack. They force a collision. They take advantage of the possibility of a collision with hashing algorithms. So what's the countermeasure here? Well, the longer the message digest value, the more possibilities of values, message digest values, will actually come up with. So MD4 has a message digest value of 128. So that's 2 to the 128th. SHA has a message digest value of 160, 2 to 160. And that's why the NSA has created their SHA, secure hashing algorithm, with longer and longer message digest values. Because the longer the message digest value, the harder it is to carry out this type of birthday attack. Now we'll look at a little bit at key management, and this is a critical part of any type of cryptography, because really we have very strong algorithms. It's very difficult to break our algorithms. But what, again, is the weakest link in security? That would be people. It's usually easier to get information or get maybe a key from an actual person, or we don't do what we're supposed to do. We know that we're supposed to change out our password. We know it's supposed to be a long password. We know that the key should be changed out. We know we're not supposed to share them, but we do. People do. And so that's how a lot of compromises can take place. So how the keys are created, how they're distributed, that needs to be done in a secure manner. There needs to be a way to recover the keys, because like if somebody loses, let's say, their laptop, there needs to be a backup to be able to recover that key. There's also, the key should only be used for a certain period of time, just like a password. So there should be some type of secure way to destroy the key, especially if it's used to encrypt very sensitive data. If a key is used to encrypt sensitive data, then actually you don't just delete the key. You do like a zeroization, which means you go over and over on the track where that key lived on the disk to make sure nobody can get access to it. So I said that you need to have backups of keys because people are going to lose them, or they're going to, like I said, lose their laptop or lose their PDA or whatever, and we need to have backups. But we don't want to have a lot of backups. The more instances of the keys, of course, the more vulnerabilities that are available for somebody who's not supposed to have that key. Now, in key management, do we want like a network administrator all by herself to be able to recover a key? Somebody lost their private key. Do we want her to be able to just say, okay, well, here you go, here's your private key? No, because there could be fraud right there. That's too much power for one person. The key should actually be recovered by needing a few people. This is where we're using the separation of duties. And the key usage, what are we using this key for? Well, we didn't really get into all the ways that keys can be used. They can be used for encryption of data. They can be used for authentication, digital signatures, creating random numbers. There's a lot of different types of keys that are actually created. And the CISSP exam, I don't think is going to get into that level, all the different types of keys that are actually created. So you may need to know, for example, with symmetric keys, there's actually what's called a master key, and there's key and material that'll create individual symmetric keys. But so all you need to know is really that there's not one single key that's used for everything. And you shouldn't use it for everything. You shouldn't have one key used for a Mac and have that same key used to encrypt data. You should have individual keys carrying out whatever they're supposed to do. Because if you use a symmetric key to create a Mac and use the same symmetric key to encrypt the data, you're using it twice. There's a higher chance that somebody can uncover that key. If they can uncover it in a Mac, then they can go and use that to decrypt the data. So like I said, that a key should have a time period, and it depends upon the level of sensitivity of what the time period is, just like a password. It may be replaced every 30 days, every 60 days, every day if it's really sensitive. But its lifetime is referred to as a crypto period. And in key management, that's something that administrators don't necessarily do well, is to make sure that the keys are properly refreshed. Now, when I said that the key recovery needs to be split between people, it needs to be separation of duties, and you don't want just one person to be able to recover a key, because they can get that key and do what they want and nobody would know. So to recover a key, it's referred to as M of N. And basically on a key recovery software, let's say that 5 people have the capability or the authentication to participate in recovering a key. So there's 5 people that their accounts say that they can recover the key. Now, you're not going to need all 5 people. It's hard to get 5 people all together at once, but you have to have 3. And that's what it means, you know, M of N. That would be 3 of 5. So you'd have to have 3 people authenticate to that system to be able then to produce the key. That separation of duties. You don't want just one person to be able to recover it. And sometimes, like in a key escrow means that the key is actually separated and held at different places. This is common in like the law enforcement. If they need some type of a key to decrypt some data for a suspect, they could use key escrow, which means that one agency has one part of the key and another agency has another part of the key, so they have to come together to put it together to be able to then listen in on the suspect's communication. So since keys, there's a lot of different types of keys that could be used for different services. Do we need to back up all of those keys? Do we want to have a backup copy of all of them? No. We need to make sure that we have a backup copy of a key that has been used to encrypt data, because especially if it's company data. So if there's a key that was used to encrypt data and that got corrupted or it got lost, we need to be able to still get access to that data. So data encryption keys should be backed up, but keys that are used for like authentication and communication should not be backed up. There's no reason to. So if somebody loses their private key or a key set that you use for communication, then what needs to happen is just a new pair is generated. So usually for key backup, it's just to be able to make sure that the company can still access their data in case somebody corrupts a key or loses it. They still need to be able to access that data. So now I bet you're just dying to know how we use all of these different components that we've learned about, how they're actually used in the real world. Or you're exhausted and you don't care anymore. Whatever. You need to know for the CISSP exam. And so what we'll first go through is a one-time pad. We'll talk about what that is. We'll look at standards that are used for email clients. We'll go through how SSL works and how secure electronic transmission, that means e-commerce, happens over the internet. So a one-time pad has been, this concept and this way of protecting secrets have been used for a long time. And basically you have a message that you want to encrypt, and you have some type of a key code or a pad that you're going to use to encrypt this message. So the data on this pad is used to encrypt your message, and then you come up with the ciphertext that's sent to the destination. Now this is symmetric cryptography, which means that the receiver must have the same pad to be able to reverse the encryption and read the plain text message. Now there's been a lot of different variations of how the one-time pad has been used. Go through any type of cryptography books or take any classes. It is referred to as the perfect scheme, and that it can't be broken. But that's only true if it's used properly. And we know what the weakest link of security is people. And over history, people have not used one-time pads properly, which means that they were, the messages were intercepted and understood. So what does it mean to use it properly? Well, first, it's a one-time pad. It should be used only one time. So for this, my first message, I use this key, this one-time pad. My second message, I should use a totally different pad, a totally different sequence of binary values, because if I use that pad over and over again, that can show patterns. And in the past, because these have been used for military purposes, in the past they have been broken by an enemy because somebody would use the pad more than once. So the pad needs to be used only one time. It also needs to be distributed securely, which means if I need to figure out how to get that pad to you securely, and that could be difficult because it could be intercepted, and it's a physical thing that somebody can come and steal, so it has to be properly protected. And the other thing is that the one-time pad has to be at least as long as the message. Because if you think about it, let's say the pad is half the size of the message. Well, then we'll use the pad on the first part of the message, and then we have to use the pad again on the second part of the message. So that's why the pad has to be at least as long as the message, so we're not using it over and over again. Now, if all of these things are followed and they're done correctly, that's when it's really unbreakable. And this was used in in wars, and it's been used over really hundreds of years as a way to encrypt secrets. Now today, it's not very practical for me to figure out how to get a pad to you, and you use the pad to decrypt the message. That's not how we do our encryption and sending secret or sensitive data. But it doesn't mean that they're not around anymore. One-time pads are still around. A lot of governments have them in case there is a backup, in case that we lose power, we lose the computing power that we have. So if in a war all of our communications were knocked out, we'll still need a way to actually secure the communications that need to go to the other units. So one-time pads are still around, but mainly they're just as backups if our first way of encrypting sensitive data is unavailable to us. Now, another thing that you may have heard of is steganography, which is hiding a message within some type of media. This isn't actually encryption. It's just hiding that a message actually exists. So you have some type of media, and you put the bits of your message in the media, and you send it over to the destination. Now, anybody who wants your message will have to know that it's in that media and have to have the tools to be able to extract the bits out of there. And what we usually use as media to do this transferring of information is graphics. We usually use graphics, pictures, because those graphics have so many bits. There's so much information to make a graphic that you can actually put in some bits here and there, and it doesn't distort the message or distort the picture to a way that anybody can tell. So that's a common way of moving information. Is I put a message in a picture of my dog, I send you over the picture of my dog, you know that there's actually a secret message in there, even though my dog's really cute and I'm sure you'd like to see him. So you have the tool to extract the message and put it together, and now you have it. And there's a lot of tools out there for steganography. There's some free tools, and then there's shareware tools, and then there's more high-end tools. And it's very simplistic. You provide the media, usually it's a graphic, you type out what your message is, and there's different types of configuration that you can do, but it's pretty simplistic because the tool does all of the magic in the background. So one kind of official way that we use steganography is for digital watermarking, and that's to ensure that whatever you have is the real deal. It's a way to ensure that this isn't a copy. So when somebody creates, like a picture or some type of a product that needs to be verified that yes, this is real, it's not somebody else didn't create it to make it look real. And how they do that is they take a tool, just like I talked about, and put data in the actual, let's say it's a graphic, and the system that receives it knows to check for what's called a watermark, to pull that information out, put it together to be able to verify, yes, this is real. It's somebody's not trying to send me something that did not come directly from the company, or is trying to fool me that it's not a valid product. Now we're going to look at the difference between link encryption and end-to-end encryption. Link encryption is something that that you have an actual dedicated device called a link encryptor, and it's going to encrypt all the data, all the headers, any type of traffic that actually goes through it. So if you have, let's say, all of the information for all the traffic from a specific building is going to go through a link encryptor. Again, all the headers, all the data payloads, the trailers of the packets are encrypted. So what if this data that's encrypted goes to a router? Is there any issue there? Well, there would be an issue because the router actually has to read the IP header. That's how it makes its decision on where the packet needs to go next. So, and if it's a bridge, the bridge needs to read the data link layer. If it's switch, it needs to read the data link layer. So if there's any intermediate devices with all of this data that's encrypted, that intermediate device has to have the key and the software to be able to decrypt at least up to that header information, read the header information, re-encrypt it, and then know where to send it. So in link encryption, if there's any hops, any intermediate devices, that device will have to know how to decrypt and re-encrypt. Now, that's a big hassle. You need to know that for the exam, but really when we use link encryptors, they're usually a point-to-point connection where we don't have intermediate devices that we have to worry about. A lot of link encryption is provided by service providers. So if you have a direct connection, a point-to-point connection maybe to another. The actual CISSP exam isn't getting that deep into PGP. You just need to know that it's actually a cryptosystem. And what is a cryptosystem? It's something that has all the necessary components for encryption. It has an algorithm, it has the keys, it has the software, it has the protocols. So you need to know that PGP is a cryptosystem. It's based on a web of trust, and how the keys are protected are by using a passphrase. So when I have my private key needs to be protected, and usually what I'll type in a passphrase. So for me to be able to use that private key, I have to type in the passphrase. And the good thing about that is that somebody could be at my system and they can't just use my private key without me knowing it. If we didn't have that protected, somebody could use my private key and say they're Shon Harris. But if it's protected with the passphrase, they'd have to break that first. Now it seems that SHTTP and HTTPS should be the same thing. We've got the same letters there, right? But SHTTP is actually different than HTTPS. SHTTP is an older technology that allows applications, usually web servers, to encrypt individual messages and send them to the receiver. So let's say that you're interacting with a web server and you ask for some type of data, and the web server has been programmed to know that that's sensitive data that can't go over in clear text. So it's going to use SHTTP to encrypt just that message and send it over to you. But now we don't use that very much, SHTTP. What we use is SSL, which is HTTPS. And what that means is HTTP is an application layer protocol. It's an application layer protocol that communicates with web-based applications. So your browser, when your browser needs to send something over the internet, your browser is going to communicate with HTTP, and then it goes down the network stack, and then there's SSL at the transport layer, and that's where the encryption takes place. So nowadays we use SSL, and we just encrypt the whole channel. That's what it means by using HTTPS, is that whole channel is encrypted. And you'll know if there's a secure SSL channel set up because, like, you have a lock at the bottom of your browser. It depends on the type of browser, but also up in the URL, it will say HTTPS. Now, SSL doesn't work just with HTTP. You can run FTP and other protocols over it. It's just this is the common way of doing it, to authenticate in some other manner. But if you think about it, if you're sending your credit card information over to a web server, it should have to authenticate to you. So the web server will always authenticate to the client. Now, administrator can set up a configuration to require mutual authentication using digital certificates. So the web server could require the client's digital certificate, but that's pretty unusual. Usually it's a one-way, and then I have to authenticate to the web server with username and password and that type of thing. But it's always the client that creates the session key. That's important that you know that. It's always the client that'll create the session key, no matter if there's a one-way authentication with digital certificates or if it's a two-way. So because this is a little new to some people, let me just walk through it one more time. You're on some website, and this is you're going to do some type of e-commerce, which means you're going to purchase something. You send over a request to make a purchase. The web server has to authenticate to you, You are going to validate that digital certificate, pull out the public key, and now create the session key and send it over to the web server. So this stuff happens in the background all the time, and we don't know it. I mean, you know, we can know it if we know that it's set up if we see HTTPS or there's a padlock or some type of symbol depending on our web browser. But remember what I said about revocation? I said that digital certificates can be revoked. And what did I say about web browsers? Web browsers in particular. Web browsers aren't going to go check a CRL by default. So the web browser will go through all the certificate authentication pieces that I talked about, all the steps, making sure it's not expired, making sure that it trusts the CA. But that certificate could be revoked, and now you are trusting, your browser is trusting a revoked certificate and carrying out communication where you're moving around sensitive information. So you can configure your email client to require that it checks a CRL to make sure that that certificate isn't revoked also. But it's kind of interesting where, you know, all of e-commerce can be dependent upon SSL when certificates can actually be revoked and the users won't know about it. Now, SSL was created by Netscape a long time ago, and it became a de facto standard. So the de facto standard just means it's a good idea, so everybody just uses it. And one interesting thing about the first version of SSL is it actually had a work factor of 2 minutes. Remember what a work factor is. Work factor is how much effort and resources it takes to break a crypto system. So SSL could be broke in 2 minutes, the first version that came out. And that's basically because the vendor didn't really understand, whoever created the protocol didn't fully understand how cryptography worked, and one of the issues was they didn't change out the initialization vector as often as they should. So, you know, it's just kind of interesting. It doesn't mean that SSL has that vulnerability now because we've improved it. And it's used everywhere. SSL is used for e-commerce. We actually use it for quote-unquote VPN solutions now. Where SSL was mainly considered, and it is considered more of a based on the application, whatever application is using, the application has to specifically say use SSL, where VPN protocol is an application based. All the traffic is going to go through a VPN encrypted. So what you need to know is that with SSL, that, you know, the steps that I talked about between the client and the server, the digital certificate that's used for authentication, that the client always creates that symmetric key and sends it over to the server by encrypting it with a public key. That also, what layer within the OSI stack does it work at? SSL works at the transport layer within the OSI. You know, the OSI has all these different layers that will cover data link and network and transport. Now, some people have a problem with saying that SSL works at the transport layer because you can actually find resources that say it works at the session layer. And we'll actually go over this again when we go through telecommunications, and we'll cover the OSI model. But really, the OSI model is trying to draw boxes around reality and say this functionality takes place at this layer, this functionality takes place at this layer. And so it's not like you have code that's in these individual boxes. You know, the code all works together. And the different resources will say that SSL works at the transport layer, and another resource may say session layer. And it's not that one is right and one is wrong. It's that really SSL has two different protocols. There are two protocols, and one works at the lower layer of transport and the other one works at the higher layer of session. So, for the CISSP exam, they put it at the transport layer. So some people who don't fully understand what the OSI model really is will get upset and say that they're learning the wrong information because they've seen it somewhere else at the session layer. And that's not true. The other resource we could say is wrong, but neither one is, because SSL's functionality covers part of transport and part of session. It's just where that resource is going to put, say, at what layer it is. So for the CISSP exam, it's at the transport layer. Now there's a technology called SET, Secure Electronic Transmission, and it was created by Visa and MasterCard. The goal is to have very secure or more secure e-commerce that's going back and forth. And so SET has, there's a protocol, there's like an infrastructure that needs to be followed. And so it means that it wouldn't just rely on SSL. The actual steps of e-commerce under the SET approach would actually be the same. With e-commerce, when you're going to buy something on a website, you're going to send over your order form, your credit card information. The merchant, it needs to then send that credit card information through a payment gateway, which will then go to its bank and your bank. And basically what this whole thing is that validating that your credit card, and it always my students always think that I'm going deeper into cryptography than some of the other domains. But if you actually do cryptography, if you know about cryptography, we are really at that 1 inch, 1 inch deep. So we're basically kind of going through the first or second chapter of a crypto book, and we're not getting into all the mathematics and everything like that. But just know that this domain is difficult for everyone. And when the first time you go through cryptography, it really could twist your brain into a pretzel because you're not used to necessarily thinking about all the pieces. So if this is new to you, give yourself more time because this is the one domain where it's more analytical. You need to understand the different steps, the foundation pieces that we talked about, and build on top of that. So don't think that you're alone. This domain is usually the hardest for when I teach different classes, except when I teach at RSA. When I teach at RSA, they're bored through this because they know it probably better than I do. So we'll look at a standard that's used for email clients. And first, let's talk about Mime. If you've heard of Mime, multi-purpose internet mail extensions. Now, what this is, Mime is a standard that allows for your email clients to move like attachments back and forth. Because I remember when email first came out, because I'm really, really old, and it was just, you just had a basically black screen, and it was all text-based, but at the time it was really cool. And it's really evolved over years. And then instead of just moving ASCII text back and forth, we wanted to be able to move some type of binary attachments. So what's a standard for? Standards for all the vendors, whoever's going to create a product for this purpose, will follow so that there's interoperability. So that means that if your email client, the vendor of your email client, follows the Mime standard, and I'm using a different email client, my vendor follows the Mime standard, then we can exchange email, understand the format, understand the attachments. Now, Mime just builds on top of Mime, and it's another standard that allows for the email client vendors to follow so that all the things that we've been talking about could take place. We can encrypt messages, we could do digital signatures. so that you and I don't have to use the exact same product, but as long as the vendors follow the same standard, we can encrypt and decrypt and do digital signatures. So that's what SMIME is. It's just a standard on how to do a lot of the things we've talked about today in email clients. Now we're going to cover IPsec. We'll look at how the different components of IPsec, how it's used, why it's used, and we'll look at then some attacks, how attacks take place within against cryptography or cryptosystems. So IPsec is the de facto standard that's used for VPNs, for secure communication. Again, it's a de facto standard, meaning it's not an official standard. And it replaced PPTP. PPTP was the de facto standard for VPNs, and that is PPTP is a Microsoft protocol. And we still use PPTP, but mainly for maybe host computer to computer or computer to a router, like network to network. Now there's two ways of key management within IPsec. That could be manual. The keys can be changed out manually, or it can be changed through automation. Now, hardly anybody wants to do manual hardly anybody ever wants to do manual key refreshes because it's not really going to happen. It's not going to happen in the time it's supposed to. And we have products, we have protocols that can do automated key refreshes. But it's an option if somebody wants to do a manual key update for IPsec. Now, the de facto standard for IPsec key management is using a protocol called IKE, and that's Internet Key Exchange, IKE. And IKE is actually made up of two other protocols. It's a hybrid of the protocol called Oakley and another protocol which is ISACAMP. So these are two, Oakley and ISACAMP are individual protocols that provide a specific type of functionality, and when they're used together, they're referred to as IKE. And IKE could be used in other places other than IPsec, and it is used in other places. But this is the de facto standard. If you're going to set up a VPN using IPsec, you're usually going to use automated key refresh, and the protocol that you'll most often use is IKE. And we're going to talk about really what these two protocols that make up IKE and what they're for and what they do. So if we think about that, we have two routers that are going to set up a VPN. And before the VPN can be set up, the routers are going to have to do a handshake back and forth on the parameters of this secure connection. The parameters of the handshake is going to determine what algorithms are going to be used, what key size, what actual protocols are going to be used, and what mode. So all of this data has to take place through this handshake before the VPN is set up. But do we really want the handshake information for our VPN in clear text? Do you think that we want people, hackers to be able to sniff in and know the header of the data that comes over, there's an SPI value? Then your VPN device will look at this SPI value and say, okay, this SPI value maps to this security association. So it goes and looks at that security association, which has all of the instructions on how to process the data. So again, the handshakes take place, which are agreements for the VPN parameters, and then when some traffic comes over from some other network, some other VPN device, the VPN has to know, how do I interpret this? What do I do with this data? What algorithms do I use? So in the header, there's an SPI value that your router or your VPN device will know, okay, this SPI value is mapped to this SA, and it'll go into that security association and know how to process the data and then send it on to the actual computer on that network that it's supposed to go to. Now, security associations are also directional. That means you have one security association for being able to communicate to another end, and you have another security association to accept the data. So there's at least 2 for each connection, because they're directional. There's one instruction set that the VPN will use to know how to encrypt this traffic and what protocols to use to get it over to another network, and then there'll be a different essay that tells it how to interpret the traffic it received. So I said that IKE is a key exchange protocol, and it's made up of 2 other protocols, Oakley and ISACAMP. So what are these protocols, what are they doing? Well, the ISACAMP, which is really Internet Security Association and Key Management Protocol, which is just too long, so that's why we call it ISACAMP. And so basically its job is to set up what can be negotiated, because there's going to be, and we're going to go through, look at how the administrator chooses what can be negotiated, but it's, there's different algorithms, symmetric algorithms, asymmetric algorithms, hashing algorithms, there's different protocols we're going to look at. So there's all these things that have to be agreed upon during this handshake. And so the ISACAMP basically sets up the what can be negotiated, what components. And then Oakley is doing the agreement, carrying out the key agreement process, and it's the one that's doing the negotiation using Diffie-Hellman in that first phase. So you don't need to know to a great degree of Oakley and ISACAMP. You do need to know that those 2 work together to create IKE. IKE works at the network layer, because that's where IPsec works, and it actually replaced an older key exchange protocol called SCIP. SCIP was an older protocol that worked at the network layer, and IKE is really just the replacement, the new one. So as administrator of a VPN device, you choose what can be actually negotiated. You choose what algorithms can be used and what key sizes and all of that. And so it could be that there's configuration on 2 different VPN devices where they don't agree, because the 2 network administrators have set up configurations that they can't agree upon. But usually that doesn't happen. Usually you have VPNs set up between different facilities within the same company, or you have some type of a trust relationship with another company. And so you could see that you configure what's going to be in the SA values. You can look at a configuration and see what the SPI, the security parameter index value is, and that they're directional, that the Security Association are directional. So you need at least 2 for each configuration. And like I said, in IPsec, the keys can be manually changed out, or you can use IKE. Now, IPsec is actually a suite of protocols. It's not just one protocol, it's a suite of protocols. And it's made up of authentication header protocol and encapsulation security payload. So it's these 2 protocols, AH and ESP. Now, what AH does is it provides authentication for the other VPN device, and it provides integrity protection. That's all the AH provides. Now, how does it provide integrity protection? It's going to create what's called an ICV, integrity check value. And really, sadly, whenever you can come up with your own technology, and you get to name pieces whatever you want to name them. Because the ICV value is really a message digest. You're taking part of the packet, running it through a hashing algorithm, and you create this ICV. Your system creates ICV. Now this ICV actually goes in a header, and when you send the data, the traffic goes from one VPN to the other VPN, one of the first things that other VPN is going to do is make sure that the message or the packet has not been modified during transmission. So it's going to take that part of the packet, run it through a hashing algorithm, create its own ICV, and compare it to the ICV that came over in the header. If they're the same, then the VPN device knows that the message has not been modified. So the authentication header creates the ICV, but how does it actually provide authentication? Well, the basic IPsec protocol provides authentication through using a MAC, message authentication code really. So it's going to take that part of the packet, it'll take a symmetric key and run those two through a hashing algorithm and create a MAC. So AH only provides integrity and data origin authentication. Remember that MACs can only provide data origin authentication, which means system authentication. It's a weakest form. Now ESP is different. It actually provides the same type of functionality, which is integrity and system authentication, but it also provides confidentiality. It does encryption. So if you need your data encrypted, you have to use ESP and not AH. So most of our VPNs, we want confidentiality, so most VPNs are configured to use ESP. So I said that within ISP or in IPsec we have two protocols, AH and ESP. AH does authentication, that means authentication from the VPN device it came from, and it does integrity. ESP does authentication, integrity, and encryption. So why would we need two protocols if one does the same as the other one? It doesn't seem logical. Well, AH, this protocol, when it does, it checks the integrity, it's actually going to do, take the data payload, take the TCP, the transport header, and the IP header. It'll take that data, put it through a hashing algorithm, and come up with ICV. So again, AH, when it does its integrity check is on the data payload, the transport, and the network header. And so what if that network header, actually any information gets changed? Because if this traffic has to go through a NAT device, that means the IP address is going to change, which is common. And if that took place, if the integrity check included that IP header, and then there's a new IP address, when it gets to the destination is going to create a different ICV. So what ESP does is when it does its integrity check, it does it over the data payload and the transport header. It doesn't include that IP header. And so if you have traffic that has to go through like a NAT device, it's better to use ESP because of that issue. So AH again provides integrity and authentication. ESP provides those two services, and it provides encryption. It just doesn't include the IP header when it's doing its integrity. So both protocols can work either in transport mode or tunnel mode. So transport mode means that the data payload is protected, and tunnel mode means the data payload and headers are protected. So the AH and ESP, they could both work in one or the other. And this will get a little bit, in reality, it gets, of course, a little bit more complex, but that's the level that you'll need to know for the CISSP exam. That if it's in transport mode, that means the data payload is protected. In tunnel mode, it means that the data payload and the headers are protected. Now remember that AH is not doing encryption. The only protection it's providing is integrity and data origin authentication. So it's ESP. If ESP is in tunnel mode, that means the data payload and the headers are encrypted. If AH is in tunnel mode, that means it's running its ICV over the data payload and some headers. So again, we started this out with understanding how the VPN setup takes place. And we said that the de facto standard is to use IKE. And what makes up IKE? IKE is Oakley and ISACAMP. It's using those two protocols together. So the first phase of IKE, what is that doing? The first phase of IKE is setting up a secure connection between the two VPN devices so that the handshaking material that goes back and forth can be protected. Remember that we don't want the handshaking parameters to go in clear text. So the first phase of IKE is for the both ends to get a symmetric key. And what does it use to get a symmetric key on both sides? It uses Diffie-Hellman. So the first phase uses Diffie-Hellman to get a symmetric key on both VPN devices. Now, in the second phase is when the actual handshake agreeing upon the parameters for the VPN takes place. So they have a symmetric key so they can encrypt that data back and forth. Once they agree upon all the parameters, where is that data kept? It's kept in a security association. There's actually some devices will actually send out a live packets, saying I'm here, I'm here, I'm here. Servers do that, like on networks, and it goes over UDP. Now, some of them are set because they're going to communicate to specific systems that only are going to take like over SSL or some type of encryption, but they also have to tell all the other systems that are live that don't require the encryption or to go over some type of SSL or VPN. And in that situation, when these live packets are going out saying, I'm here, I'm here, I'm here, you've got one that's plain text and one that's ciphertext. And that's just one example. There's several ways of getting both. Now, a chosen plain text means that the attacker gets to choose what plain text is encrypted. So I'm the attacker. Now I get to choose what is encrypted. And that gives me much more power because as a cryptographer, I would know that if I could figure out these specific parts, how that encryption takes place, that'll get me closer to the key. So a chosen plain text is more powerful than the other two we talked about. And as a simple example, let's say that I write a message or I send you a document that I think that not only are you going to believe that it's true, you're going to encrypt it and send it on to someone else. So in that situation, I chose the plain text because I typed up the document, and then you encrypted it and sent it on, and I had a sniffer there. So now I have the plain text and the ciphertext, and I decided what the plain text would be. And then a chosen ciphertext. The attacker chooses what ciphertext gets decrypted. And so again, this is even harder. As we go through these attacks, ciphertext only, an attacker can get ciphertext anywhere, but it's really hard for it to be successful. As we're going through these, they're harder for the attack to carry out, but they're more powerful. So a chosen ciphertext is a very powerful attack because it'll allow the attacker to get more information about what key was actually used. And so how would they choose, what ciphertext gets decrypted? Well, the attacker actually would need to own a system or get on a system that has the encrypted data, the ciphertext, and have the ability to decrypt it so it can receive the plain text. So I would have to like hack into a system and then be able to access the encrypted documents, and then I could say put it through whatever the software to unencrypt it. And now it would seem like I would have all the power if I'm on that system already and I have the encrypted message and I can decrypt it. But again, what I'm trying to figure out is that key. Just because I'm on a system, I can control it and I can put the encrypted messages through the process and I can get the resulting plain text doesn't mean I know the key yet. So that's the whole goal. Finding out the key. So again, look at the names. Chosen ciphertext. The attacker chooses a ciphertext that's decrypted. Chosen plaintext. The attacker chooses what plaintext gets encrypted. And both the chosen plaintext and the chosen ciphertext can be adaptive. So if you see adaptive chosen plaintext or adaptive chosen ciphertext, what that means is the attacker is able to carry out one attack, and based on the results of that, the attacker tweaks that attack and sends another attack that's just a little bit different. So I can do one chosen plaintext attack, and then depending upon the information I get back, that'll help me determine what do I need my next attack to be, and I could send another chosen plaintext attack that's a little bit different. So adaptive just means that the attacker can modify the attacks and that would happen until the attacker figures out or finds what they're looking for, again, which is usually a key. And a side channel attack we talked about in access control domain, which is, it just means that you're observing how something works. And you're not attacking necessarily, you're not sending any software, any packets, it's not intrusive. A side channel attack just means that you're finding out like the heat that's generated when a process, like an encryption process takes place, how long the encryption or decryption process takes place. So it's a very sophisticated type of attack, but it's been successful in figuring out, like there's been one attack that somebody was actually able to figure out an RSA private key. So side channel isn't just for encryption. We looked at side channel attacks when we were talking about smart cards. And again, it's just observing how something works, the emissions that it releases, how long something takes place. You're just observing to be able to deduce or infer what it is that you're after. And in cryptography, what you're usually after is that key. Okay, so we went through the cryptography domain, which is obviously a large domain. There's a lot of material in it, and it's also one of the more difficult domains for people because usually cryptography just works in the background and we don't necessarily have to worry about it. But the things we went through is some of the historical uses of cryptography, like the Enigma machine, the SkyTel, Caesar Cipher. These are things you'll need to know, the running key, Concealment Cipher, those types of things. We talked about symmetric, like 3 downfalls with symmetric, which are scalability, all the keys you have to manage. It only provides confidentiality, and that out of band, we have to get that symmetric key securely to the other end. So those are 3 issues with symmetric cryptography you'll need to know about. And then we talked about asymmetric, which doesn't have those issues. It kind of seems like it's a solution, but why is it not a solution for everything? Asymmetric runs too slow. Its mathematics are much more complex. So how do we use them together? We use the symmetric key to encrypt the bulk data. Symmetric is used to encrypt bulk, and then asymmetric is used to encrypt the symmetric key. The private key is used to create digital signatures. We went through the different algorithms. We talked about Diffie-Hellman, which is vulnerable to what? The man-in-the-middle attack. Diffie-Hellman can carry out what type of functionality? Only key exchange. But the RSA and the LGMAL, they could provide key exchange, encryption, and digital signatures. We went through a PKI, the whole infrastructure. You'll need to know what a RA does, what a CA does, what a revocation list is. Cross-certification, we talked about that. Steganography, we talked about IPsec into some detail. And the reason I go into that detail is because you can have questions on security association, on SPI, on how many essays you need per connection. So we went through a lot of detailed information on IPsec, and then we covered some common attacks that could take place. So there's no fluff in any of these domains. There's a lot of information, but there's no fluff. And I go to the level that I think is necessary for what you need to know for the exam.